They're thinking he might be dead. I hope it's not true, but he's like a he's like a guy who calls into this show 365 days a year, and he always calls in. And one time I called him and I told him about my project, and he he thought it was interesting. That's all. Okay, dude, just give me a moment. I'm going to send you a question, or I'm going to send you an invite. But I have lots of questions for you. Are you ready for them? Did Reiser send you a finished version of his mural? Yes or no? I'll wait. All right. My second question to you is, what did you think of it? Dude, are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? All right. If you had to make a mural of something, what would it be? Yeah, let's say the Rhino Room said, "Zoo, you think you're so fucking funny? We want you to put a mural on the side of this building." What would it be? All right. What you do would just be a bunch of bombs. That's what you do there. Hello. All right. Now, here's my question for you. Are you ready for it? Can you wait 30 seconds for me, please? Can you wait 30 seconds? So, do you ever watch a guy on TikTok who goes to like different stores and asks the people to say funny stuff on the intercom system? All right. Do they have those intercom systems in our studio? All right. Here's my question. You may consider this to be the greatest question that anybody's ever asked you in the history of the world. I think it might be. Do you have any plans to be on any other podcasts? Oh, yeah, baby. That's your Zoot. Zoot, if I had a podcast and I wanted to interview you, would you let me? All right. Like, do you want to be on another podcast? I can get you on another podcast. It's called the Life Podcast with Tony. He's someone from Europe. Are you ready for my next question?
Good.
Do you think that William Montgomery will ever come back to kill Tony? Yes or no? No. Okay, here's my next question. Oh, look who the fuck shows up. Look who the fuck shows up. You don't even get your normal welcome. Where in the app have you been?
I've been eating, and I finally left my room.
I don't care. You said you were going to be back an hour ago.
What happened?
You couldn't send me a message? You couldn't send me a message? You couldn't send me a message?
I'm not sure if you're going to read this message.
That doesn't matter. At least you could have been like, at this point, instead of getting browbeaten, I could have, you would have been like, look, I sent you a message, and apologies, it took longer than I thought. And I'd be like, oh, no worries, Tony. Absolutely not. But instead, you were very, very you were disrespectful. That's all I'm going to say. Disrespectful.
I'm sorry, I got out of bed, and let's go make this up. Let's make this up.
No, I've got Zoot here now.
No, shoot this podcast in the world.
I know you do. I know. I'm going to make this the best podcast. I'm going to make this the best podcast you've ever had.
Yes,
Yeah.
Zoot can wait. Zoot is not anyway. Sorry, Zoot.
Hey,
Sorry, Zoot. What did you do?
why didn't you send me a message?
Because I forget.
How did you forget?
Because I was waiting, and I was doing for my mom things.
What were you doing for your mom?
I was going to buy something.
Okay, what were you going to buy for your mom?
Something.
You're just making up lies right now. You're digging yourself deeper. Then what
Oh
were you
my
gonna-
God, bro. You know what? I don't care if you are I'm just saying that what I do. So if you don't believe it, I don't care.
Just tell me what you're going to buy.
Stand with your chocolate.
Okay, that's really nice.
Yeah.
All right, just for you,
So
we're going to do this. But you have to wait. You have to wait. You have to wait like 5 minutes. I've got to set up my other stream. And then we'll do it. And it will be your best podcast maybe ever.
I'm sorry, Zoot. I'm so sorry, Zoot. But he didn't. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
Zoot.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Are you Are you going to have Zoot on your podcast? He's a stand-up comedian from Australia.
Ivan, but I don't know if he wants.
He said he would think about it.
Nice.
Very nice and bright. Now, here's my question. When are you going to have Reverend Andrew on your podcast?
Oh, this podcaster has one million views because he's so helpful and all of people I enjoy as podcast. So soon, I
know. Okay. The description of the podcast that we're going to do, though,
yes,
I want to write it for you. And you can make any changes you want, but we want to make sure it's really good for SEO for search engine. So just a moment. Yes, I have like 6 computers that I'm fixing right now.
I'm not going to be mad. It's all right.
Yeah, you have no right to be mad. I'm the one waiting 2 hours. Now, here's my question for you. let me just tell you how I envision this, and then you tell me if you like it or you don't. Um, so you had said something that was really interesting, which was like you would show your screen for like pictures and stuff. Um, so what if we did? You say, "Hi everyone, I'm Tony." What you do the same entrance for all of your videos. Hi guys, what's up? Uh, which is cool. It's kind of your trademark at this point. But you say, "Hi everyone, it's Tony. I'm back again with a very interesting series of topics that I'm going to have." We have our friend here, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, is a futurist. And I'm going to let him talk about some of the discoveries that he has made while spending his life live streaming 24/7 on the internet. Rabbi, go ahead. And I'll say, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, you know that I have spent a lot of time, obviously, on the internet, and I discovered this website a few years ago, and I find it to be fascinating. It talks about futurism, but I don't ever hear anybody talk about this website. And so I consider it a privilege to be able to use your platform to be able to review some of the information. It is in relation to a future timeline. It's futuretimeline.net for anyone who wants to follow along with us. And what Tony and I are going to do is we're going to have discussions on the different topics that we review as I read them. And while I read them, Tony is going to look up and show pictures on his screen. We hope you enjoy. How does that sound? Okay. And
I never share my skin on podcasting. So we will be going to.
okay.
I don't know if I can even share this. Yeah, I can share them. I can.
All right.
I
You,
can.
you know how to do it? Okay.
Thank you for making
Hold on. There's another thing. There's another thing that I would like to do. I think it still exists on Wikipedia. Check in a moment. And I will let you know if it exists. And it might be the greatest thing that you've ever heard. Might be the best thing that you've ever heard. Okay, I have two more computers that I have to do. Yeah. I know it. I know it. All right, Wikipedia. And now this podcast is not going to be live, right? So we can edit it. Okay.
I'm not live.
You know,
This is
you know, I like live podcasting to some extent, but I don't like people. I shouldn't say. There, it's okay. I just it complicates. Like over the course of an hour, you might get a disconnect, or I might get a disconnect. And if you're live, it's not good.
okay. And I think this is going to be your best podcast in the whole world
I think it could be.
because like you can do something but nobody done it. very, very big. Very,
I agree. Okay,
I was,
okay.
sorry,
Um, Now I think you like this, but I think it's a good idea if we're going to do this that we don't go straight into future timelines right now. I think we should go to Wikipedia. I mean, yeah, but everyone else has website, and I know I do too. But I'm just like doing like future predictions. I want you to. I'm just going to give you an example. I want you to go to a website, okay? Wikipedia.org.
I am brushing my teeth.
Oh, you're brushing my. You're gonna smell beautiful. Okay, well then, just one moment. I'll be right back.
I brush my teeth.
Can you hear me? And if you're wondering, Rabbi, this is a really good idea. How did you think of it? Did you see the way that I'm going to do this? I think it's a really good idea. And if you want to know how I thought of it, it came to me in a dream that I would do a podcast with somebody like this, and it would be studied like millions of years into the future because it's like a timeline into the future. Isn't that cool? Okay,
Sorry. How do you, you seem to be very, very, very excited.
I am because I I've been wanting to do this for
Wait a minute.
a long time. Yeah, but are you at your computer?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Can you go to a website?
Yes.
Can you go to wikipedia.org?
Yeah, yeah,
O-R-G?
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, you go to Wikipedia.
yeah,
Okay. Just I am there. Okay. Now here, now type into the search. We're just going to give an example. Type in 2030.
wait. I need to change my language position right and change another word. English, yeah. Okay, so next again.
2030.
Uh, 2030.
30. Yeah. And
I
then,
got it here.
yeah. And then click on that. And so what I'd like to
Wow.
do is read with each year what the Wikipedia says is going to happen and then what future timeline.net says. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after each year, I can say to you as I do this, you're going to be showing pictures of whatever you want. I mean, do whatever you want. Um, but I'll say, you know, isn't that interesting or whatever? Do you have any questions? And you can say, yeah, Rabbi, it says that the 2030 World Cup is going to be played in both Spain and South America. Spain, Portugal, and South America. Do you know how many teams are going to be playing? And we can say, I think it's going to be 64, but we'll look it up. Like basically, we can look up any questions that we have, or you can say, before we move on, I did want to say that I think it's really interesting that they say that the World Cup's going to be played in multiple countries. Whatever you raise any questions that you have, but if not, I'm going to say, okay, if we don't have anything more, we're going to continue. But you realize this isn't going to be your normal kind of podcast. Obviously, it's going to, I unless you want to read, which you can, but
No, I know.
yeah, I was going to say like I don't want it to be like I don't want you to feel like, well, wow, Rabbi, all he's doing is reading Wikipedia and this website. But um, a lot of the things that we're going to be saying, I don't want to have to. You want to look. We want this to look as intelligent as possible, and
Yeah,
let you go with the native speaker. Okay.
I will be on a like I will be more
Yeah, and you're going to be looking, and you're going to be looking at pictures and whatever else, right? Okay. So
yeah, right.
exactly. So what I'm going to say is, I appreciate uh, Tony having me on today. I really think that this podcast may be very important to people in the future for predictions because if the internet continues, people will want to know what the people of today's age thought about where the world was going and what our predictions would be of the future. We're going to review a lot of timeline events from multiple timelines, specifically Wikipedia and futuretimeline.net. And if anybody has any questions about where we get this information, those are probably the resources. And it will be interesting for generations in the future to study these videos to understand if we were right, where we were wrong, and does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, this makes sense. But I have only one. I have only one.
What is your question?
Can you my question is because like when I see your interview with this guy, your best interview, but like only thing what was I don't know like it was not like I cannot see your name.
Oh,
So like that's gonna be disturbing because people are going to say you are bad for and things. So like you can do this like I can see you. I know you have a beer, but I eat it because too much.
okay. I'm gonna wear what I'm comfortable. I have a beard, and it doesn't look like I have a neck. I don't care if people say I'm a fat fuck. So what? I'm a fat fuck who knows a lot about the future. We'll see how it looks. Like basically, my shirts are black, and uh, I don't want to necessarily.
I just want to say
I appreciate it, and you should know that I recognize it's an important thing for me to know. I understand. But I'm not too. How do I want to say? if I wear a white shirt, my beard is still gonna cover me up.
Quite sure can be a really good idea because I feel like I am different. But I'm not trying to sort of that. So, are you ready for today?
Um,
Okay. How do you have for the background?
I have my space. Maybe the space background makes up for talking about the future.
Yeah, that's good. I'm not hungry. We have rest.
Do you have my email address?
I can send you that on Discord.
Um, okay.
I can send it on the Discord because like yeah, I think I have, but like it's so it's not so like
Tony, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you send the can you send the
Link?
link?
Okay. Okay. Okay, I can send you a link.
Tony, also before we start, I want to talk about time, how we define a year, and different kind of clocks.
Of course. Of course. So send the link. Okay. And then I'm going to be famous. I'm going to do one thing, and that is I'm going to have episode with it's called Boss, and because I don't know why like I don't understand my Discord, so it's,
Absolutely. When are you sending me this? When are you going to send this?
why
Okay. Now, I am going to do the in here, and then we'll talk about the Riverside. Okay. Do we have a time limit?
no,
Okay. And we will say our goal today is to get through 2100. Okay. Through the year 2100. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. Here we go. Hello, Tony. Can you hear me? Okay. So, oh, your lips look terrible. Your lips. I wouldn't watch your podcast because of your lips. They're just awful. I'm kidding with you. You're too. You're too focused on the wrong. Okay. Yeah, that's great. And we will start in 2027 if that's okay with you. Are you nervous? Okay. So of any podcast that we've ever done, this one should be the least nerve wracking. Nerve wracking because we know each other, we're friends, and it's not live. You're gonna do. You're gonna do just fine. Yeah. If you want, let's see here. Like, if you want to show pictures, which you said you do, right? Okay. And then there's a way that you can show pictures. Can you go to futuretimeline.net and go to 21st century? Okay. Are you sharing your screen? Perfect. Okay. Go to that's fine. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Now there's like a secret part of this website. So click on one of the years of 2020 is fine. And then in the upper top, all the way at the top, no, not here. You see it says it should say something like futuretimeline.net / 21st century / uh 2020. Let's see here. And I send them, I think I can send a message to you. So yeah, just go to this website that I send you, and it and yeah, I put it in the chat, and then at the very bottom you're gonna see it has lots of pictures that I think would be good for the audience. Yeah. So keep scrolling down. So while I'm doing this, you do that, okay? And we'll just see how. I don't know. We might get to 2050 and be like, "Oh, it's been an hour. Let's stop." But we'll see how it goes. Okay? Are you nervous? Are you nervous?
I'm none of those things. I'm your friend. We talk all the time in my Discord. This, you're going to be totally fine. One thing that I will do at the beginning, I'm going to show people my YouTube so where they can find me. So I'll show this screen just for a moment, and then we'll move into it. Okay? Sounds great. I am, God willing. Stop, 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 stop. I was talking over you, so wouldn't do it. Apologies. Uh, okay, I have a question. I have a question. Uh, with Riverside, I have to wait at the end to let it upload, right? Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Tony. Yes, absolutely. First and foremost, make sure you're watching this to subscribe to Tony's channel and like and comment if you find this interesting. Our topic today is on futurism. Firstly, many people don't know what futurism even means. Futurism, as defined, is considered to be a idea that combines economics, technology, and human behavior to study long-term change. Many times, the people who study futurism are known as futurists. A futurist is a person who studies current trends to figure out what might happen next in the world. Futurism is something that could be trend watching, problem solving, but what we are not are psychics. And in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi and Kabbalist, I am a futurist. Moreover, I am someone who is archiving time as we know it. And for anyone who knows anything about me, you may already know this, but for those who don't, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube live and have been for nearly 5 years. For anyone who wants to view my streams, you just need to go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild and make sure that you're filtering by live. And when you do, you will find more live streams of mine than you would ever know could even exist for a single individual. I have many, many live streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras, you name it. And so, as life is going for the last 5 years, I have been archiving it. Now, we use the term quite often, the word time, but we don't really think about it. According to Oxford University Press and their research on the English language, time is the most frequently used noun in English. Overall, grammar words like the, to, and are used more often, but time beats out all other naming words, meaning nouns. And we reference time a lot, but we don't really think about it. What does it mean? How do we define it? Time is the continuous progression of existence that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from the past through the present and into the future. Time dictates all forms of action, age, and causality, being a component quantity of various measurements used to sequence events, to compare the duration of events or the intervals between them, and to quantify rates of change of quantities in material reality or in conscious experience. We reference time in science fiction, things like time travel, time machines, and we certainly use it in our regular conversation. Are you on time? What time is it? And there are different ways that people keep time. In the past, certainly, ways that civilizations kept time were things like perhaps with a sundial, which uses the position of and movement of the sun's shadow to indicate the time of day, or a water clock, also known as a clepsydra, which measures time by the steady flow of water into or out of a container. Of course, there's an hourglass, which measures a fixed interval by allowing sand to fall through a narrow opening. There are candle clocks that use the predictable burning rate of a marked candle to measure elapsed time. Incense clocks, which use slowly burning incense, often with calibrated markings to measure periods of time. Oil lamp clocks, which use gradual consumption of oil to estimate the passage of time. Astronomical clocks, which uses mechanical mechanisms to represent astronomical cycles, sometimes including the sun, planets, and stars. Mechanical clocks, which many of us have in our homes, that use gears, weights, springs, and an escapement mechanism to maintain regular intervals. Pendulum clocks uses the regular swing of a pendulum as the timekeeping reference. Spring-driven clocks store energy and runs spring and releases it through the regulating mechanism, which are common in watches. Other types, you just have wristwatches, which is a wearable clock designed to be worn in the wrist, or pocket watches, a portable mechanical timepiece designed to be carried in the pocket. And as we move into the modern age, of course, the digital clock becomes much more common, which displays time electronically using numbers rather than traditional clock hands. The Of course, the electric clock uses electrical power to operate a turning mechanism or maintain oscillations. And we get into more specific or accurate clocks, like a GPS clock, which determines extremely precise time using signals from GPS satellites, or an atomic clock, which uses extremely stable atomic transitions as the fundamental reference for measuring time. There are cesium clocks, rubidium clocks, hydrogen maser clocks, optical atomic clocks, astronomical timekeeping, which determines time from Earth's rotation and observations of celestial objects. Of course, we have biological clocks, which use biological rhythms within our natural state, such as circadian clocks and circadian cycles to regulate an organism's perception and synchronization with time. And of course, we have network time or internet clocks, which synchronizes computers and digital systems using network-based time protocols and highly accurate reference clocks. Moreover, there are some advanced, very advanced clocks that I'd like to reference before we start. And for those who aren't familiar with these are increasingly advanced clocks that are really important, maybe not so much while we're trying to figure out what time our favorite television show may come on, but in terms of traveling great distances into the future. And Tony and I are going to be talking about a lot of futuristic opportunities that mankind may experience over the course of the upcoming years, decades, centuries, millennia, and really far in this series. So there are things like cesium-133 atomic clock, the traditional primary standard defining the SI second. Rubidium atomic clocks, compact atomic frequency standard, generally less accurate than the best optical clocks. We talked a little bit earlier about hydrogen lasers, which are extremely stable microwave frequency references. There are many elemental-based clocks, which certainly can be very accurate. To give people an understanding of a technological level, mechanical clocks are really some of the least accurate clocks, even though we rely on them. But then moving towards quartz and cesium atomic, then hydrogen maser, then optical atomic clocks, optical lattice clock, single ion optical, quantum entangled optical, nuclear clocks, thorium 229 nuclear clocks, and then future quantum nuclear clocks. To give people an idea, we get really ultra precise with some of these clocks, even into the hypothetical or theoretical concept of what time could be. So the next time that somebody says, "Are you on time?" Is anybody really on time? Does anyone really know what time it is? When we get into things like pulsar clocks that uses the pulsars of rotating neutron stars, or binary pulsar clocks, even getting into Earth rotation clocks, which derives time from Earth's actual rotation relative to distant celestial objects, orbital clocks, planetary ephemeris clocks, which uses precisely modeled planetary motion as a long-term astronomical reference, and cosmic time or cosmological clocks, a theoretical concept in which large-scale cosmic evolution provides a universal temporal reference. We can get really, really accurate. And many people may ask, well, why would you have to be so accurate? Well, if you are attempting to travel great distances, it's of extreme importance that you have accuracy in terms of the clocks that you're using. So with that little bit of background on time and clocks and timekeeping and such, Tony and I have a very interesting project, and this may be a series that we may be doing on the future. And it was a discussion that he and I had to perhaps in 2026 give what humanity thinks the future will look like in the coming years, coming decades, and further into the future. And we know not everything that we discuss is going to be accurate. In fact, much of it may be inaccurate in some ways, but people should know that at least in the current age, this is what people will think in the future. People may watch this series years from now, or decades from now, or centuries from now, or past even millennia from now, and think, wow, this is what people thought all the way back in 2026, where we were in the world. For anyone's reference, if you'd like to follow along, Tony is going to be showing on his screen some of the resources that we're using, and we are going to focus on two in particular. One is Wikipedia, And the other is a very interesting website known as futuretimeline.net. I found this website years ago, and I find it fascinating as a predictor of potential events that may happen in the future. So, with that, I'm going to ask Tony, are you ready to start on the Wikipedia page for 2027? Excellent. Very well. Well, starting in 2027, and we should say that it is today, August 8th, and thus these events are potentially going to be in the maybe 4 months or so from now. We should have January 15th to 25th. The 2027 Winter World University Games are scheduled to be held in China. From January 20th to February 7th, the 2027 African Games will be held in Cairo. January 30th, 2027, the 2027 German presidential election is scheduled to be held. March 7th, if not triggered earlier, the next Estonian parliamentary election will occur no later than March 19th to September 26th. The 2027 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be held in Yokohama, Japan. April 18th, the 2027 Finnish parliamentary election is scheduled to be held, and as well as the 2027 French presidential election. In May of 2027, we will have the 2027 Eurovision Song Contest that is scheduled to be held in Bulgaria. On May 1st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian presidential election will occur no later than this date. May 15th to August 15th, 2027 is scheduled to be held in Belgrade, Serbia. June 6th, the 2027 Mexican legislative election is scheduled to be held. June 16th through 27th, Istanbul, Turkey will host the 2027 European Games. June 19th through July 17th, the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations is scheduled to be hosted in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. June 24th through 25th, the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup is scheduled to be held in Brazil. June 25th through July 4th, the 2027 Military World Games will be held in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States. July 16th through August 1st, Lima, Peru will host the 2027 Pan American Games. And from July 24th to August 8th, the 2027 Pacific Games is scheduled to be held in Tahiti. July 25th, if not triggered earlier, the next Greek parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. August 1st through 12th, the 2027 Summer World University Games will be held in South Korea. August 10th to 2027 Kenyan general election is scheduled to take place. August 22nd, if not triggered earlier, the next Spanish general election will occur no later than this date. August 27th through September 12th, the 2027 FIBA Basketball World Cup is scheduled to be held in Qatar. September 1st, Pope Leo is expected to celebrate his Golden Jubilee of religious life and be honored. September 28th, if not triggered earlier, is the next Slovak parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. October 1st through November 15th, the 2027 Rugby World Cup will take place in Australia. October 16th through 24th, the 2027 Special Olympics World Summer Games will be held in Santiago, Chile. October 24th, the 2027 Argentine general election is scheduled to be held. October 27th through November 4th, the 2027 Commonwealth Games will be held in Malta. November 11th, if not triggered earlier, the next Polish parliamentary election will occur no later than this date, December 22nd. If not triggered earlier, the next Italian general election will occur no later than this date, and December 31st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. Now, there are some events that do not have a set date as of right now. In late 2027, Artemis 3, the second crewed mission of the Artemis program, is scheduled to launch. We have World Youth Day 2027 being held in South Korea. The 2027 Cricket World Cup will take place in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. The first Olympic esports games will be held in Riyadh in 2027. That to me is very cool. WrestleMania 43, the first WrestleMania held outside North America, will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2027. The 2027 Arab Games will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the 2027 presidential election in the presidential election in the Middle East is scheduled to be held. With that, we're going to move on to our sister website, futuretimeline.net, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Tony, are you ready for futuretimeline.net? Excellent. All right. In 2027, the EU will end all energy imports from Russia, or this is what is predicted. And I want to again say, we don't know any of this for sure. In February 2022, Russia began a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This led to international condemnations and sanctions, millions of displaced Ukrainians, and the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. The US and United Kingdom announced a ban on Russian oil, while the EU announced a two-thirds reduction in its demand for Russian gas. Oil companies Shell, BP, and ExxonMobil suspended all operations in the country. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, previously in favor of the newly completed Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany, suspended certification of the project indefinitely. Amid soaring energy prices, Russia's continued aggression against its neighbor and longer-term concerns over climate change impacts, the EU proposed to go even further than its earlier announcement. The bloc's leaders began drafting a plan to end their reliance on all Russian energy sources by 2027. Finalized in May, the Power EU project would completely phase out Russian gas, oil, and coal imports while accelerating the green transition. Until this point, Russian fossil fuels had been used as an economic and political weapon, costing the EU nearly $100 billion euros. The bloc depended on Russia for about 40% of its gas, 27% of its oil, and 46% of its coal imports. The REPower EU plan included measures to boost energy savings, diversify energy supplies, and accelerate the rollout of renewable energy, all of which could strengthen economic growth, security, and climate action for Europe and its partners. The energy saving aspect included raising the energy efficiency target for the European Green Deal, a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission approved in 2020 from 9% to 13%. Fiscal measures included reduced VAT rates on energy efficient heating systems, building insulation, and appliances. The energy diversification aspect would ensure the EU worked with reliable and trusted international partners to minimize supply disruptions. In addition to new gas pipeline deliveries and LNG imports, this included major developments with hydrogen continuing beyond 2027. Finally, and most notably, the REPower EU project called for massive scale of renewables. It proposed a doubling of solar capacity by 2025 and a further 600 gigawatt by 2030, a legal obligation to install solar panels on all new buildings, a doubling of the rate of deployment of heat pumps and measures to boost both geothermal and solar thermal, shortened and simplified approvals for major renewable projects, and a target of 10 million tons of domestic hydrogen production for use in hard to decarbonize industries and transport sectors. By 2027, the EU invested 210 billion euros, 225 billion dollars in upgrading its energy infrastructure, allowing it to completely end any dependence on Russia for imports of oil, gas, and coal. Additionally, in 2027, light-duty hydrogen fuel cell vehicles reach 1 million in annual sales. The first vehicles powered by hydrogen-fused fuel cells emerged during the Cold War space race. These were bulky, inefficient, and However, it was not until the dawn of the 21st century that car manufacturers began to take the concept more seriously. In 2003, President George Bush proposed the Hydrogen Fuel Initiative, HFI, which was later implemented by legislation for the 2005 Energy Policy Act and the 2006 Advanced Energy Initiative. This aimed to further develop hydrogen fuel cells and infrastructure with the goal of producing commercial fuel vehicles. By 2008, over $1 billion had been contributed to the project. However, the U.S. Department of Energy later shifted its interest from fuel cells to battery vehicles. High costs and the lack of infrastructure were major problems, compounded by the culture of deploying fuel stations over such a large geographical area. This led U.S. automakers to delay their hydrogen vehicle rollouts. The situation was different in Europe, however, with less geography to cover, and where governments had serious plans to develop the required infrastructure. Japan and South Korea, too, had similar initiatives getting underway. In addition to expanded infrastructure, future advances in technology reduced the size, weight, and cost of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. By 2027, global sales of these non-polluting vehicles have reached 1 million annually for the first time. Although still only a tiny population, still only a tiny proportion of total overall vehicle sales, the industry is now entering a period of explosive growth. Also in 2027, Tokyo and Nagoya are connected by high-speed maglev. Two of Japan's largest cities, Tokyo and Nagoya, are now connected by the Chuo Shinkansen, a high-speed maglev. This 178-mile, 286-kilometer line runs beneath the Japanese Alps, the Ekaishi Mountains, at speeds of up to 313 miles per hour, or 505 kilometers per hour, enabling journey times of just 40 minutes. Built by the Central Japan Railway Company at a cost of 9 trillion yen, or $115 billion, the route will be extended to Osaka by 2045. The launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Go ahead. No, I have Windows 10. That's okay. The next event will be the launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. In 2027, NASA launches a new space telescope, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, formerly known as the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, WFIR. It is named after the first female executive at NASA, who served as the agency's chief of astronomy throughout the 1960s and 1970s and played a key role in planning for the Hubble Space Telescope. Shortened as Roman, or the Roman Space Telescope, its 5-year mission aims to address cutting-edge questions in two main areas: the universe and exoplanet research. By measuring the precise distances and shapes of millions of galaxies, it provides insight into dark energy, a mysterious force that is accelerating the expansion of the universe. It probes the chronology of the universe, the growth of cosmic structure, the consistency of general relativity, and the curvature of space-time. In addition, it finds thousands of new exoplanets using the microlensing technique, which includes planets with masses as small as Mars, as well as free-floating white dwarf planets. This complements the discoveries made by other telescopes like Kepler, TESS, and the next generation of missions, providing a better picture of the population of exoplanets in our galaxy. It also sets new records for the farthest known exoplanets, offering a glimpse of some different galactic neighborhoods far away from the 5,500 already known exoplanets. Placed in a halo orbit around Sun-Earth Lagrange point altitude, Roman carries two scientific instruments. The first is a wide-field instrument, a 300 megapixel camera, providing multi-band visible Roman also featured 1,500 times the surveillance speed of that earlier telescope. Its second instrument is the coronagraphic instrument, CGI, a high-contrast coronagraph designed to achieve a part per billion suppression of incoming starlight, enabling the detection and imaging of planets with a visual separation of as little as 0.15 arcseconds from their host stars. In addition to its two primary missions, Roman performed stellar seismology studies on a million giant stars. This involves analyzing brightness changes caused by sound waves echoing through a star's gaseous interior to learn about its structure, age, and other properties. It also identifies over 1,000 neutron stars, hundreds of stellar mass black holes, and thousands of Kuiper belt objects, including some as small as 9.7 kilometers or 6 miles across, about 1% of Pluto's diameter. The combination of its gigantic field of view and ultra-precise coronagraph makes the Roman Space Telescope a unique and powerful tool for astrophysics, contributing to many exciting discoveries in the late 2020s and early 2030s. The next topic is the asteroid 1999 AN10 makes a close approach. 1999 AN10 is an asteroid of the Apollo group, a collection of Earth-crossing bodies, many of which are large enough and can drift close enough to Earth to be considered potentially hazardous. It was discovered by U.S. scientists on the 13th of January 1999. The object was estimated to have a diameter of up to 1,800 meters and 5,905 feet, or about a mile, enough to cause continent-scale devastation should an impact occur on Earth. AN10 circles the Sun every 643 days, twice each year, passes the Earth's local neighborhood. On the 7th of August 2027, it makes a particularly close approach as it comes within just 0.0026 astronomical units or 390,000 kilometers or 240,000 miles, about the same distance as the about the same as the distance between the Earth and Moon. The asteroid reaches a peak apparent magnitude of 7.3, bright enough to be visible with binoculars. Its orbit remains dangerously close for the next 600 years. So you better be on the lookout for that. The Square Kilometer Array begins science operations is our next topic. Humanity's view of the universe is greatly expanded with the completion of a major new observatory, the Kilometer Array (SKA) is a radio telescope with a combined collecting area of approximately 1 kilometer. It operates over a wide range of frequencies, and its size makes it 50 times more sensitive than any other comparable instrument. By utilizing advanced processing technology, it can survey the sky more than 10,000 times faster than ever before. With additional stations extending to a distance of 3,000 kilometers from a concentrated central core, it continues radio astronomy's tradition of providing the highest resolution images in all of astronomy. First light is achieved in 2027, and the telescope is fully operational by 2030. Direct flights from Sydney to London and New York. In 2027, Australia's national airline, Qantas, begins Project Sunrise flights, a new service described as the final frontier of long-haul travel. It enables direct non-stop flights from Sydney to New York and to London and New York, connecting Eastern Australia to major global cities without the need for intermediate stopping. The Sydney-London journey takes about 20 hours, making it the world's longest regularly scheduled commercial passenger flight. Despite the extreme distance, the non-stop service cuts total travel time by up to 4 hours compared with previous routings that required at least one layover, while also reducing the physical and psychological burden of multiple takeoffs and major airport transfers. Qantas had already taken a major step toward ultra-long-haul travel in March 2018 when it launched non-stop flights from Perth to London. That route ended the the first time all inhabited continents, excluding Antarctica, were connected by direct commercial flights. Project Sunrise extends the achievement to Australia's east coast, representing one of the final milestones in a century-long expansion of air travel. The scale of this progress becomes especially striking when viewed historically. Qantas carried its first passenger in 1922 aboard an Avro 504 Typhoon on a short domestic flight within Queensland. By 1935, journeys between Sydney and London took about 12 days and involved more than 30 stopovers across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Advances in aircraft performance, navigation, and global infrastructure steadily reduced travel times over subsequent decades, culminating in direct intercontinental routes spanning nearly half the planet. Project Sunrise relies on a dedicated fleet of specially configured Airbus A350-1000 aircraft designed specifically for ultra-long haul operations. Qantas received its first aircraft in late 2026 following delays linked to aircraft certification, supply chain disruptions, and the complexity of modifying fuel systems and cabin layouts for journeys lasting more than 20 hours. These factors pushed the start of commercial services from the original 2025 target into 2027. Each Project Sunrise aircraft features an unusually low seat count of 238, prioritizing passenger comfort over capacity. Cabin interiors reflect extensive medical and scientific research into long duration flight, incorporating improved lighting, increased seat pitch, quieter cabins, and a dedicated well-being zone that encourages movement and stretching during flight. Advanced HEPA filtration systems refresh the cabin air every 2 to 3 minutes, removing more than 99.9% of airborne particles. As part of this climate strategy, Qantas commits to offsetting the net emissions of Project Sunrise flights from day one, consistent with its longer-term target of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. With services now underway, Project Sunrise marks a defining moment in the evolution of commercial aviation, shrink, shrinking global distances while pushing aircraft endurance to its practical limits. User replaceable batteries are mandated in the EU as another event that we anticipate taking place in 2027. During the 2010s, manufacturers of smartphones, tablets, laptops, and other devices increasingly made batteries non-removable. When Apple introduced new MacBooks with sealed-in batteries, it greatly improved their battery life and established a trend that other companies soon followed. The Samsung Galaxy S5, released in 2014, became one of the last flagship phones with a removable battery, after which permanently built-in non-replaceable batteries became the norm. Several motivations lay behind this change. For instance, without the need to accommodate a removable battery compartment, designs could be simpler and devices made both slimmer and lighter. Batteries could take on different physical forms to be larger, charge more quickly, and handle much greater number of charge cycles. However, this trend met resistance due to the inconvenience and number of potential issues. If sealed-in batteries failed, it would require sending the device back to the vendor or technician, causing significant delays for users. In some cases, the battery swelled over time. It might damage sensitive components of the device. If, in some cases, if the battery swelled over time, it might damage sensitive components of the device. Users criticized what they increasingly saw as a form of planned obsolescence, while environmental campaigners also noted its contribution to the growing mountains of e-waste. These and other problems led to calls for regulation to reverse this trend. In 2023, responding to these concerns, the European Union proposed a mandate for user replaceable batteries in all devices by 2027. New rules would cover the design, production, and recycling of all recycled rechargeable batteries sold within the EU, stipulating that for portable batteries used in devices such as phones, tablets, and cameras, consumers must be able to easily remove and replace them. This would require a significant design rethink by manufacturers. Additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries, and uh, additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries with a phase out to be decided on by 2030. And I would just like to take a moment and compliment the EU for this policy. It does seem to make technology better. Next, 2D barcodes are ubiquitous in retail. The first traditional barcode was invented in the 1940s by Norman Joseph Woodland and Bernard Silver, two graduate students in Philadelphia in the United States. Their original design consisted of a series of concentric circles that could be read by a scanner using ultraviolet light. In the 1960s, Woodland and Silver refined their design and developed the modern barcode, consisting of a series of lines and spaces of varying widths. They also developed a scanner that could read the barcode using visible light, and a system for assigning unique identification numbers to products. This would later become known as the UPC, the Universal Product Code. In 1972, the UK supermarket chain Sainsbury's introduced a barcode system to help manage inventory more efficiently using the UPC. In 1974, a pack of Wrigley's chewing gum became the first product to be sold with a barcode when scanned at a supermarket in Ohio, United States. Barcodes soon became an integral part of the retail industry, used to identify and track products in stores and warehouses around the world. In 1994, Toyota subsidiary Denso Wade invented the first 2D barcode, embedding data on both the horizontal and vertical axes as a way to track vehicle parts during the manufacturing process. The quick response QR code, which the company developed, saw widespread adoption in Japan, alongside many other types of 2D barcodes, also known as matrix codes. In contrast to linear, one-dimensional barcodes, this new format could represent far more data per unit area. Whereas a standard barcode typically only had 12 to 20 digits, a QR code had capacity for more than 4,000 alphanumeric or 7,000 numeric characters. More significantly, however, the number of possible combinations became astronomically higher. UPCA, the most common of 1D barcodes, had about a trillion 10 to the 12 possible combinations. The initial version of QR codes released in 1994 featured 21 by 21 modules, black and white scale, which increased to 177 by 177 with version 40 in 2015. This enabled 10 to the 9,403rd possible combinations, more than the total number of atoms in the known universe, ensuring that humanity would never run out of codes. After gaining popularity in Japan, QR codes and other 2D barcode formats began spreading to countries around the world. In the 2010s, they became even more widely used due to the prevalence of smartphones with cameras and code scanning capabilities. The COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 further increased their appeal as a touchless system to display information. With 2D barcodes already widespread in manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, healthcare, and other industries, attention now focused on the retail sector to make its older barcode system fit for the 21st century. These efforts included Sunrise 2027, proposed by GS1 US, a nonprofit standards organization, along with initiatives in other countries aiming to have all shops and point of sale POS terminals set up and ready to accept 2D barcodes. By 2027, this upgrade is largely complete. The use of 2D barcodes in retail offers more data capacity, interactive capabilities, and enhanced tracking and traceability and cost effectiveness. For instance, for instance, more information can be stored about a product such as nutritional content, ingredient lists, and allergen information. This can be crucial for customers with dietary restrictions and allergies and help promote transparency and trust between customers and food producers. The codes can be used to create interactive experiences for customers, such as providing recipes, games for discounts, and loyalty rewards. They also help shops and food producers gather valuable data and insights into customer preferences and behavior. Individual food products can be tracked and traced throughout the supply chain from farm to table. This helps improve safety and quality control, and can also help reduce food waste by identifying and addressing inefficiencies in the supply chain. Information can also be provided on sustainability practices. The next event, which is quite interesting, that May of 2027, is the autopsy report for Elvis Presley being made public. Elvis Presley was one of the 20th century's most iconic singers, often referred to as the king of rock and roll or simply the king. After cementing his place among the legends of American music, his final years were marked by serious health problems. These were aggravated and possibly caused by drug dependence. On the 16th of August 1977, Presley was found unresponsive on the bathroom floor of his Graceland home. Attempts to revive him failed, and death was officially pronounced at 3:30 p.m. at Baptist Memorial Hospital, Tennessee. Controversy surrounded the autopsy and its aftermath as the competence and ethics of two medical professionals were questioned. One had his license permanently revoked after charges were brought by the Tennessee Medical Board. An overdose of prescription drugs, including codeine, Demerol, morphine, and Valium, to name a few, had apparently caused Elvis's heart to beat irregularly and then stop. However, rumors of a cover-up were rife as the exact cause of death remained unclear. Vernon Presley, Elvis's father, had the complete autopsy report sealed for a period of 50 years. The controversy surrounding the autopsy, as well as the various other questionable circumstances, led theorists to proclaim that the king was still alive. After his funeral, there were numerous alleged sightings of Presley. A long-standing theory among fans was that he had faked his own death. Some fans noted apparent discrepancies in the death certificate, a curious different spelling of the middle name on his gravestone, him reportedly cutting family members out of the will shortly before he died, rumors of a wax dummy in the original coffin, and numerous accounts of Presley planning the diversion so he could retire in peace. The full autopsy report is finally made public on the 16th of August 2027, at half a century after Presley's death. The next event that we anticipate may occur is Bougainville becomes an independent country. Bougainville, a region to the east of Papua New Guinea's mainland, was first inhabited by humans in about 27,000 before the Common Era. During the colonial period, it was occupied and administered at various times by Australians, Germans, and Japanese. It was the scene of major land and naval battles in World War II between the Allies and the Empire of Japan. After the Japanese surrendered, Australia resumed administrative control of Papua and New Guinea, including Bougainville, under a UN trusteeship. However, Papua New Guinea established its sovereignty in 1975 and became an independent Commonwealth realm, with Elizabeth II as the queen. A few factions in Bougainville had already demanded independence unilaterally declared, now naming their territory the Republic of the North Solomons, although this was not internationally recognized. Following 11 months of negotiations with Prime Minister Michael Somare, Bougainville agreed to remain part of Papua New Guinea after being granted a degree of autonomy through a provincial system of government. A civil war erupted in 1988, triggered by grievances primarily related to the social and environmental impacts of the Tanguna copper and gold mine, which was operated by an Australian company. One of the world's largest, most profitable open-cut mines, it produced 45% of Papua New Guinea's export revenue and 12% of its GDP. But although its government was a 20% shareholder, the local population received only 1% of the profit share, which led to growing resentment. The conflict escalated into a full-scale civil war involving Bougainville Revolutionary Army rebels, Papua New Guinea Defense Forces, and various other factions. The war lasted for 10 years and was devastating, resulting in an estimated 15,000 to 20,000 deaths and displacing many more. In 2001, a peace agreement was reached, leading to the creation of an autonomous Bougainville government. This granted the region greater autonomy and paved the way for a future referendum on independence. As part of the agreement, Bougainville would be allowed to hold a non-binding vote to gauge public sentiment on independence versus greater autonomy within Papua New Guinea. On 23rd November 2019, Bougainville finally held its referendum, in which an overwhelming 98.3% voted in favor of full independence as opposed to merely greater autonomy. This result set the stage for ongoing consultations between Bougainville and the government of Papua New Guinea about its future status. Negotiations formally began on 17th of May 2021, while the president of Bougainville, Ismail Tuama, stated a desire to see Bougainville become independent by June of 2025. Papua New Guinea's Prime Minister James Marape cautioned against setting a specific timetable. On 7th of July 2021, it was announced that Bougainville would become independent by the year 2027, pending ratification from Papua New Guinea's parliament. Today, in 2027, the world is welcoming its newest country, Bougainville, which becomes the 196th member of the United Nations. The 20th century had seen worldwide geopolitical upheaval, resulting in the creation of dozens of new countries, but in the 21st century, this has been a much rarer event. Bougainville joins only a handful of other sovereign states that have emerged in recent decades. East Timor in 2002, Montenegro in 2006, Serbia in 2006 as well, and South Sudan in 2011. With that, that is an overview of what we expect to be the events of 2027. I'm going to ask my colleague what your thoughts are, Tony. I agree with you. That would be quite interesting. Yeah, I agree with you there as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. I agree on all points. And as we move into our 2028 discussion, I may make the suggestion, Tony, if possible, to mute your microphone unless you are going to speak, to perhaps limit any kind of background noise if that would be possible. And with that, I'm going to move into the Wikipedia article for 2020. And that, yes, oh yeah, definitely. I wouldn't, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't. All right, you let me know when you're ready. here we go. So in 2028, it is the 2028 year of the comet era, and we predict the following scheduled events. January 5th through 30th, the first FIFA Women's World Cup. The first FIFA Women's Club World Cup is scheduled to be held January 15th through 29th. The 2028 Winter Youth Olympics will be held in Italy April 12th, if not earlier. The next South Korean legislative election will be held no later than this date. In May, the Eurovision Song Contest 2028 was determined by the 2027 winner. May 8th, the 2028 Philippine presidential election is scheduled to be held. May 14th, if not triggered earlier, the next Turkish presidential election will be held no later than this date. Additionally, if not triggered earlier, the next Turkish parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. From June 9th to July 9th, the UEFA Euro 2028 tournament will be hosted in England, Scotland, Wales, and the Republic of Ireland. On July 5th to 25th, NASA's Dragonfly mission for New Frontier 4 will be launched to explore Saturn and Titan from a SpaceX Falcon heavy. July 14th through 30th, the 2028 the 2028 Summer Olympics will be held in Los Angeles, California, U.S. I am very excited. July 22nd, a total solar eclipse will be visible across Australia, Great Britain, and New Zealand. August 15th through 27th, the 2028 Summer Paralympics will be held in Los Angeles, California. Also excited for that. September 28th, if not earlier, the next Australian federal election will be held no later than this date. November 7th, the 2028 United States presidential election will be held. Some unknown dates in May of 2028, the Lebanese general election is scheduled to be held. In September, the White House State Ballroom is scheduled to open. In June, December, the Jeddah Tower will most likely be completed within this time period. It will surpass the Burj Khalifa and become the new tallest building in the world, which would be quite interesting. NASA is targeting the first two-thirds of 2028 to launch Artemis 4, the first crewed lunar landing since 1972, and the last third of 2028 to launch Artemis 5, the second crewed lunar landing since 1972. We shall see. The lease on the Muldahaven port lot in Hamburg, Germany, to the Czech Republic is set to expire. The 54th International Eucharistic Congress will be held in Sydney, Australia. The 2028 ICC Men's T20 World Cup is scheduled to be held in Australia and New Zealand. Nusantara is set to replace Jakarta as the new capital of Indonesia. Colossal Biosciences aim to birth the first generation of woolly mammoths and reintroduce them into the Arctic, Alaska, Yukon, and Pleistocene Park in semi-captivity 4,000 years after the species went extinct. And anyone who watches my streams know I talk about this event all the time, and I'm very excited for it, as you can see on my face. So that's not that far away. So that's really, really exciting. And with that, go ahead. That's fantastic. Okay, so 2028, mark your calendar, friend. We're gonna have the first Czech astronaut in 2020, correct? Second Czech astronaut. That's very exciting. All right. No, that's okay. That's okay. Let's no pun intended. Let's check on that. So we'll check. Check. Uh, astronaut first and second. The first Czech in space was Vladimir Renek, who flew on the Soviet Soyuz 28 mission in March of 1978. The designated second astronaut is Alice Boda, a military fighter pilot scheduled to fly to the International Space Station in the second half of 2025. So there we are. That's okay. That's okay. You're really close. You're really close. No, 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 no. It's close enough. Close enough under these circumstances. Nothing's happened yet. So excellent. So people out there, that's really an amazing highlight for Czech Republic or Czechia. And with that, I will ask my futurist colleague, are you ready to go to 2028 on future timeline? Okay, excellent. Very well. So to give some people an overall view, from 2028 to 2032, mRNA-based vaccines for cancer and heart disease will be perhaps started. 2028 to 2031, Veritas mission to Mars, Veritas mission to Venus. 2028 to 2030, the orbital reef is operational. And in 2028, China's economy surpasses that of the US. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. Completion of the lunar gateway. China builds the first largest particle. China builds the world's largest particle accelerator. British newspapers are going out of circulation. Launch of the Comet Interceptor. NEO surveyor hunt for potentially hazardous asteroids. Completion of the Brenner Base Tunnel. Sony ending physical PlayStation game discs. 1.4 nanometer nodes begin mass production. Delhi becomes the most populous city. Los Angeles hosts the Summer Olympic Games. Yay. Total solar eclipse in Australia and New Zealand. Resurrection of several extinct species have been achieved. The Type 26 global combat ship enters service. The European Extremely Large Telescope is operational, and Artemis 4 returns astronauts to the lunar surface. All right, let's get the plan. All right, so let's get this started. 2028 to 2033, mRNA-based vaccines for cancer and heart disease. During the COVID-19 pandemic, mRNA-based vaccines emerged as promising and innovative approach to combat SARS-CoV-2. Two of the companies involved in research and development, Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, produced treatments shown to be highly successful, with reported efficacy rates of around 95% preventing infections. These vaccines, based on the biggest vaccine campaign in history, helped in the global efforts to control the spread of the virus and mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. mRNA stands for messenger RNA, a type of genetic material that carries instructions for cells to make protein. Unlike a double-stranded helix of DNA, it has only a single strand of it has only a single-stranded chain of nucleotides. mRNA vaccines for COVID-19 use a small piece of the virus's genetic material, specifically the spike protein, which is found on the surface of the virus. The messenger RNA in the vaccine instructs cells in the body to produce a harmless piece of the spike protein, which then triggers an immune response, teaching the immune system to recognize and fight the virus if a person becomes infected in the future. Following the success of COVID-19 vaccines in the early 2020s, research continued on mRNA for potential use in other areas of health. Scientists reported a huge acceleration in the field, with 15 years worth of progress being unspooled during the 12 to 18 months of COVID-19 vaccination program. BioNTech, for example, developed a new mRNA-based therapy injected into colon and melanoma tumors in mice. The treatment halted tumor growth and caused a complete regression of cancer in 85% of animals. BioNTech later signed an agreement with the UK government to accelerate human clinical trials of mRNA immunotherapies aimed at improving cancer outcomes by providing new personalized therapies by 2030. Other companies proceeded with similarly flat schedules, including Moderna, which in 2023 revealed its plan to target various cancers alongside heart conditions and a number of rare diseases. Moderna intended for a range of mRNA-based therapies to be available within 5 years, with an expectation that genetic causes of many diseases could be identified and repaired with relative simplicity within 10 years. During this period, stunning progress is made with mRNA-based treatments, offering partial or even complete cures for certain diseases, including a few previously untreatable. In the case of cancer, a biopsy of a patient's tumor is obtained and sent to a laboratory where its genetic material is sequenced to identify mutations that are not present in healthy cells. An algorithm determines which mutations are driving the cancer's growth and are likely to trigger the immune system. mRNA is then created containing instructions for making antigens that will cause an immune response. Once injected, the mRNA is translated into protein pieces identical to those found on tumor cells. Immune cells become with these and destroy cancer cells, carrying the same proteins. By 2033, these personalized vaccines are saving millions of lives, while cancer as a whole remains a long way from being fully curable. mRNA-based therapies are a major inflection point in terms of progress, with a number of subtypes now relatively easy to treat. Messenger RNA also provides hope to patients with cardiovascular and autoimmune diseases, as well as rare conditions lacking treatment options. The next series of events that we review from 2028 and beyond is the Veritas mission to Venus. This should happen from 2028 to 2030. While several more recent spacecraft had used Venus to perform gravity assists, it has been decades since Magellan had its last dedicated mission to orbit and study the planet, which launched in 1989 and operated until 1994. After this long gap, the agency had been keen to update its knowledge of Earth's twin. Venus emissivity, radio science, INSAR, topography, and spectroscopy. Veritas is a 3-year mission conducted by NASA to study Venus in higher detail than ever before. In June 2021, it became one of two Venus missions selected for NASA's Discovery program in the late 2020s and early 2030s, the other being the Da Vinci Plus program. Veritas produces global high-resolution topography and imaging of Venus's surface and generates the first maps of deformation and global surface rock type, thermal emissivity, and gravity field. It provides a more accurate estimate of Venus's core size and information about features that lie below the planet's surface, such as fault lines. The combination of topography, near-infrared spectroscopy, and radar image data provides new knowledge of Venus's tectonic and impact history, gravity, geochemistry, the timing and mechanisms of volcanic surfacing, and the manifold processes responsible for them. Veritas also reveals insights into Venus's weather and cooler past. Much of the probe's data is of relevance to exoplanet science and understanding how planets beyond our solar system evolve. While the earlier Magellan probe had a spatial resolution of 200 meters, Veritas can generate image details as fine as 30 meters, a nearly seven-fold increase. Meanwhile, altimetry measurements are improved by as much as 60 times. On board are two scientific instruments, the Venus Emissivity Method, VEM, and the Venus Interferometric Synthetic Aperture Rate. The spacecraft the spacecraft operates until 2031. From 2028 to 2031, the orbital reef is operational. The overall orbital reef is a low Earth orbit LEO space station designed by Blue Origin and Sierra Nevada Corporation, intended for commercial space activities and space tourism uses. Several other partners are involved, including Arizona State University, Genesis Engineering Solutions, and Redwire Space. Blue Origin Sierra Nevada Corporation and their partners announced preliminary plans in October 2021, just a few days after the revealing of a similar project called Starlab being developed by a different set of companies. While Starlab had a volume of 340 meters cubed and support for up to four people, the orbital reef's design featured a much larger internal space of 830 cubic meters, supporting up to 10 occupants in futuristic models and huge windows. The large size would allow the orbital route to host a range of activities such as scientific research, industrial manufacturing, exploration system development, and economic hospitality. The zero-G environment and access to a vacuum could also provide filming opportunities for advertising movies. The space station flies in a 500-kilometer or 310-mile orbit, slightly above the International Space Station. The latter is reaching the end of its lifespan in the 2020s, and the latter is reaching the end of its lifespan as the 2020s draw to a close. NASA had extended its retirement date from 2024 to 2028 and then again to 2030. The agency is now preparing for a transition to a commercial replacement with lower cost, more flexibility, and improved technology. Blue Origin used its recently developed heavy lift orbital launch vehicle, the New Glenn, for assembling the orbital reef's core modules and utility system. The remaining structures are now being fitted as the station becomes fully operational. Together, the orbital reef and smaller Starlab are able to fully replace the internal volume of the ISS with funding from NASA. In addition to the station itself, a new suitless single-person spacecraft has been developed by partner Genesis Engineering as an alternative to traditional spacecraft spacesuits used during spacewalks. Those who visit the orbital reef can take advantage of this pod-like craft with greater maneuverability, two robotic arms, and a larger field of view. So for the people out there who are interested in the orbital reef, save two seats for both Tony and myself because we're going to visit that in the future perhaps. The next, absolutely, the next event in 2028, China's economy surpassed that of the United States. In 2028, China overtakes the United States in gross domestic product and becomes the world's largest economy. This milestone has occurred earlier than some expected, due in part to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The virus responsible for COVID-19 had first been identified in Wuhan, China in December 2019. It spread rapidly, helped by the Chinese New Year migration and Wuhan being a transport hub and major rail interchange. With cases growing exponentially, major disruption began to emerge in early 2020, and many Chinese cities went into lockdown. As the virus spread to other countries, the World Health Organization declared a public health emergency of international concern in January and a pandemic in March of 2020. Initially, COVID-19 had been a major crisis in China. However, its authoritarian government imposed strict measures throughout the country, allowing it to bring the outbreak under control by the second quarter of 2020. While many berated the Chinese government for its delayed response and censorship of related information during the opening stages of the outbreak, few would doubt the success of China in essentially defeating the virus. By contrast, most other countries around the world have lengthy catastrophic experiences with COVID-19, wreaking severe economic damage. The U.S. recorded its millionth case by April 2020, and this had mushroomed to over 23 million by January 2021, with nearly 400,000 deaths, the most of any country. Although vaccines began to emerge, partisan divides regarding the outbreak and a laxer approach to preventing infections meant that the crisis would persist for many months to come. The U.S. and other major economies had negative growth for that year, which China achieved. Well, China grew 2% in 2020. China's 14th five-year plan from 2021 to 2025 involved a dual circulation strategy with plans for both external and domestic demand working together. This had been implemented partly in response to trade disputes with the U.S. and elsewhere, and partly due to expectation that external demand would be depressed by the pandemic and that China would need and that China needed internal demand to sustain growth. President Xi stated his aim as being to fully bring, as President Xi stated, aim as being to fully bring out the advantage of its being China's super large market scale and potential of domestic demand to establish new development patterns featuring domestic and international situations that complement each other. With skillful management of the pandemic and damage to long-term growth in the West, the relative economic performance of China exceeded many analysts' earlier forecasts. China saw average economic growth of more than 5.5% a year during this time. By the end of its 14th plan period in 2025, it had come comfortably met the threshold for a high-income economy, defined by the World Bank as a gross national income per capita of about $20,536 more. Although its growth had slowed to 4.5% a year during the second half of the 2020s, China's GDP has overtaken the U.S. by 2020. It continues to widen the gap between itself and the U.S. during the early 2030s, though at a slower rate of less than 4% a year. Longer-term demographic problems in China enable the U.S. to regain its position as the world's largest economy by the end of the century. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. The cannabis plant had a long history of medicinal use dating back thousands of years. Its usage remained controversial and taboo in many cultures. However, not until the late 20th century and the 21st century did it start to gain broader acceptance and legality as an option for treating health issues. Due to production and governmental restrictions, little research has been conducted into the safety and efficacy of cannabis for medicine. A systematic review and meta-analysis in 2015 found moderate quality evidence in support of treatment for chronic pain and spasticity, but lower quality evidence for improvements in nausea and vomiting due to chemotherapy. A number of medical organizations around the world called on governments to better enable scientific study of these drugs. Amid growing support for reviews of its legal classification, more and more countries began to decriminalize cannabis and enable its usage for medical reasons. Some even permitted recreational use in limited amounts. Uruguay became the first country to legalize the whole process from cultivation to sale, distribution, and consumption. Nearly 20 states in the United States had legalized recreational use by 2020, though it remains illegal at the federal level. Public opinion polls reflected this ongoing trend. In 1990, almost 80% of adults believed marijuana should be illegal. By 2020, that figure has declined to 52%. The strongest support came from the millennials, an increasingly influential voting bloc, with 76% in favor of legalization compared to 63% for baby boomers and just 32% for the second generation. By 2028, the majority of the world's countries allow cannabis-derived treatments for medical use. A total of 45 countries had made it legal by 2020, and this figure is approaching 110. The products can be administered through a variety of methods, including capsules, lozenges, tinctures, dermal patches, oral or dermal sprays, cannabis edibles, and vaporizing or smoking drink buds. The global medical cannabis market size is undergoing a compound annual growth rate of 23% during this decade, valued at 6.8 billion in 2020, it reaches 53.9 billion by 2030. The number of countries allowing recreational use of marijuana has also increased, though at a slower rate. From just 5 in 2020, it has quadrupled to nearly 20 by 2028, but will not reach a majority until the 2050s. And I would like to call on the world as medical marijuana is becoming more and more legal. Not forget the people who have been put in jail because of these perhaps outdated laws and to clear their names. Moving on to the next topic, we have completion of the Lunar Gateway. The Lunar Gateway is a successor of the aging International Space Station. Whereas the International Space Station was placed in orbit around the Earth, the International Gateway is supposed to be a moon. The partners involved in its construction are similar to the ISS, the United Space Agency, European Space Agency, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and NASA. The gateway is developed, utilized, and maintained in collaboration with commercial and international partners as a staging ground for lunar surface operations, both robotic and crewed, and for eventual travel to Mars. By sending people and cargo to and from cislunar space, those involved in the project gained the knowledge and experience necessary to venture to the moon and beyond. Originally, NASA had intended to build the gateway as part of an asteroid redirect mission, but later canceled the mission. An informal joint statement on cooperation between NASA and Roscosmos was announced in September 2017. However, in October 2020, Roscosmos stated that the program would be too U.S.-centric for Russia to participate in, and in January 2021 confirmed that it would not take part in the LG and the L2. NASA commissioned studies by private companies into affordable ways to develop the station's power and propulsion elements. These private companies are Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Orbital ATK, Sierra Nevada, and Space Systems/Nora. The LG would be built in stages. Originally, the plan had involved each part being delivered solely by the Space Launch System, SLS, a huge new rocket being developed by NASA. However, a subsequent plan incorporated commercial launch vehicles, such as the SpaceX Falcon Heavy. The latter would also carry supplies to the LG using a new craft called the Dragon XL, similar to the commercial cargo program for the International Space Station, to support crewed missions there and to the lunar surface. The international partners involved in the LG plan for construction to occur gradually from 2024 to 2028 with delivery of four main components: power and propulsion element (PPE), serving as the main command and communication center of the LG. The PPE can generate 50 kilowatts of solar electric power for its ion thrusters, which can be supplemented by chemical propulsion. An S-band communication system provides a radio link with nearby vehicles, and it can also function as a space tool, transferring a spacecraft from one orbit to another. Alongside the habitation and logistics outpost, see below, the PPE is the first component of the LG to be delivered, launched by SpaceX on a Falcon Heavy in 2024. Habitation and logistics output, below, a crew cabin for astronauts visiting the LG. Its primary purpose is to provide basic life support needs for the visiting astronauts and to enable preparation for trips to the lunar surface. In addition to environmental controls and energy storage, it features space for science and storage, data handling capabilities, and docking ports for visiting vehicles and future modules. The Halo is delivered in 2024. International Habitation Module (IHAB), an additional habitation module built by ESA in collaboration with Japan. Together, the IHAB and HALO provide a combined 125 cubic meters, 440 cubic, 440, 4,400 cubic feet of habitable volume for the station. Delivery of the IHAB occurs in 2026. also includes a large robotic arm contributed by Canada's Space Agency. European system providing refueling infrastructure and telecommunications. ESPRI, a service module with an airlock for science packages, additional capacity for xenon and hydrazine developed, and communication development. It also features docking ports and a small window application corridor. The S3 module consists of two parts and is fully installed by 2027. The complete assembly of the lunar gateway requires about 25 launches from Earth, most of which are uncrewed. The final delivery occurs in 2028, and the station then begins full operation, serving as a platform for missions down or serving as a platform for missions down to the moon. These surface operations are initially robotic, but construction of a permanent human base in the 2030s. The LG has an expected service time of about 15 years, allowing it to operate into the early 2040s. Towards the end of this period, NASA begins testing a new and separate vehicle designed for crewed missions to more remote destinations, such as Mars. Known as the Deep Space Telescope (DST), this can carry up to six astronauts on extended voyages using both electric and chemical propulsion. The DST is returned to the LT after each mission to be serviced and use Lunar Gateway as a gateway to places beyond low Earth orbit (LEO), and is arguably the logical step for human exploration of space. In addition to being a platform for regular visits to the lunar surface and functioning as a relay between the Earth and Moon, it also provides opportunities to test new technology for reaching Mars. Also in 2028, we anticipate China will be building the world's largest particle accelerator. Following the success of the Large Hadron Collider (LHC) in Europe, the Chinese decided to build their own larger particle accelerator. Researchers at the Institute of High Energy Physics in Beijing announced plans for a machine 52 kilometers or 32.5 miles in length, twice the circumference of the Large Hadron Collider. This would allow the Higgs boson to be studied in greater detail, revealing new insights into the fundamental structure of matter and confirming whether multiple types of Higgs boson exist. Construction began in 2019 with completion in 2028. It paves the way for an even larger project in 2035. And so we see from this design, this diagram, the Large Hadron Collider, which was completed in 2008, circumference of 27 kilometers, and energy of 14 TeV. China's Electron Positron Collider completed in 2028, circumference of 52 kilometers, and energy of 70 TeV. China's Austin International Super Collider is to be completed in 2035, circumference of 8 kilometers, energy is less than 100 TeV, and the Very Large Hadron Collider should also be finished in 2035. It has a circumference of 100 kilometers and energy of 100 TeV. And for those people who are wondering what TeV means, we are going to make sure that everyone is aware, especially those people who are specifically aware. So TeV is a tera electron volt, obviously. It's an energy level that is a major benchmark for next generation particle physics. So if you were unlike our friend Tony and myself and you didn't know what a TeV is, then it's a tera electron volt. And with that, we're going to continue on to the next topic. British newspapers are going out of circulation. By the late 2020s, the last of Britain's national newspapers are being taken out of circulation. Even once formerly major titles like the Sun, the Daily Mail, and the Daily Mirror have ceased production. The surviving newspapers have now transitioned to digital formats. The printing industry had a long history. The printing industry had a long history. The first printing press was invented by William Craxton in 1476. This led to further developments in mechanical readable typesetting, a huge increase of printing activity over such centuries. During the 1600s, various publications spread both news and rumors, such as pamphlets, posters, and ballads. The English Civil War from 1642 to 1655 greatly increased the demand for news. Among the first real newspapers were the Oxford Gazette, dating to 1665, Burroughs Worcester Journal, 1690, and Daily Current, 1702. By the 1720s, there were 12 London newspapers and 24 provincial. The first English journalist to achieve national importance was Daniel Defoe, who lived from 1660 to 1730. During the 18th and 19th century, the industrial revolution allowed production methods to be improved, print runs to be greatly increased, and newspapers to be sold at lower cost. Circulation of the Times rose from 5,000 copies in 1815 to 10,000 in 1834 and 40,000 by 1850, about 80% of the entire market. The period from 1860 to 1910 was considered a golden age of newspaper publication, with further technical advances in printing and communication, combined with a more professional style of journalism and prominence of new owners. Socialist labor and trade union papers began to proliferate. In 1896, the Daily Mail was first published in the first daily newspaper aimed at the newly lower middle class market, resulting in mass education, combining a new retail price with plenty of competitions, prices, and promotional gimmicks. It was the first British newspaper to sell a million copies a day. Two other halfpenny papers to emerge included the Daily Express and the Daily Mail. By the 1930s, over two-thirds of the population was estimated to read a newspaper every day, with almost everyone taking one on Sundays. Circulation continued to increase, reaching a peak in the mid-20th century. From the 1960s onwards, however, sales began to decline. In an effort to attract more readers, some tabloids, including The Sun, the Daily Mirror, and the Daily Star, began publishing images of topless women. The 1980s saw the introduction of computer-based typesetting and full-color offset printing. The reporting of stories became ever more sensationalized and controversial as the fall in sales continued through the 1990s and into the 21st century. The rapid rise of the internet providing instant and free access to information accelerated the decline of the newspaper industry. A major factor was the emergence of smartphones, tablets, and other handhelds. Web-enabled devices become cheap and widely available. By 2015, none of the remaining UK papers had a daily circulation above 2 million. The overall circulation of newspapers declined by 6.6% in 2014, with further declines in the following decade, resulting in the end of printed national newspapers in Britain. The next event that we anticipate is the launch of the Comet Interceptor. Comet Interceptor is a mission by the European Space Agency (ESA) to rendezvous with a comet originating from the outer solar system that has now begun to approach the Sun. This follows a similar effort, Rosetta, that, that visited 67 Terrestrial curiosity mantle in 2014. However, unlike that early approach, the new craft is designed to encounter a pristine comet with largely undisturbed material surviving from the dawn of the solar system. The targeted body is therefore an Oumuamua like interstellar object or possible fragment from the Oort cloud approaching the inner solar system for the first time, as opposed to a short period comet like 6780 that orbits the Sun every 6 years. The mission is unusual in that it launches before the primary orbit has even For a dynamically new comet, UNC, or interstellar object, the time between discovery or Helion and departure from the solar system, typically a few months to a year, is too short for mission organizers to prepare and launch new spacecraft. As such, these astronomical objects can only be encountered after being discovered inbound with enough warning to direct an already operating spacecraft to approach. However, new observatories such as the recently completed Vera C. Rubin Observatory are now improving this time by covering large areas of sky more deeply and rapidly. The spacecraft is separated. The spacecraft is separated, delivered to Lagrange point L2 via its own propulsion system. Comet Interceptor consists of a mothership and two smaller daughters, which perform simultaneous observations from multiple angles to generate a profile. The daughter probes carry instruments on different trajectories through the comet's tail, while also getting close to the nucleus. Together, all three spacecraft generally improving the understanding for pursuing comets and their surrounding environment, revealing their structures and compositions in more detail and their dynamic nature as they interact with the solar wind. This, in turn, provides new insights into conditions that existed at the birth of the solar system and perhaps even further back in time. The next event is the NEO Surveyor hunting to potentially hazardous asteroids. NEO Surveyor is a space-based infrared telescope designed to survey the solar system for potentially hazardous asteroids. The spacecraft is developed by NASA and its successor to the agency's Near-Earth Object Wide Field Infrared Survey Explorer (NEOWISE) mission, which launched in 2009. First proposed in 2006, the concept failed repeatedly to obtain funding. In 2019, however, the Planetary Defense Coordination Office greenlit the mission outside NASA's budget due to its national security implications. In 2021, NASA authorized the NEO Surveyor mission to proceed to the preliminary design phase. The spacecraft is launched in 2023 with an expected lifetime until at least 2040. It deploys a sunshade and operates payload around the Sun-Earth L1 inner Lagrange point, enabling it to see near-Earth objects (NEOs) inside Earth orbit. Its mid-infrared detectors are sensitive to thermal emissions for revealing particularly dark and elusive asteroids independently of their illumination by the detector array is 2048 by 2048 pixels and generates 82 gigabytes of data per day. The telescope's orbit allows fast download speeds to Earth. Its mirror is 25% larger than that of its predecessor. The onboard instruments feature improved sensitivity and better cooling techniques, combined with a field of view that is wide and deep enough to discover tens of thousands of new NEOs with sizes as small as 30 meters or 98 feet in diameter. This continues the exponential trend of cumulative discoveries in recent decades and leads to over 90% of asteroids 140 meters and larger being identified at track, helping to improve planetary defense capabilities. The next topic is the completion of the Brenner Base. The Brenner Base Tunnel is a 64-kilometer free passenger train route running through the base of the Eastern Alps mountain range and linking Scandinavia and the Mediterranean. It consists of two primary tunnels carrying traffic from north to south and vice versa. A smaller secondary tunnel lies below these and is used during construction as a guide to determine geological conditions, and later used for drainage and emergency access. The 9.2 euro, the 9.2 billion euro, $100 billion project received substantial funding from the European Union. It forms the central component of the gigantic Scan network, beginning in Finland and running all the way down to Malta, which forms a crucial north-south nexus for the European economy. In addition to the Brenner Base Tunnel in Pennsylvania, another major component of the ScanMed corridor is the Furman-Pixel Link in the northern part of the rail. The undersea tunnel provides a direct link between northern Germany and Lala, and from there to the Danish island of Zealand and Copenhagen, becoming the world's first combined road and rail tunnel. The Furman fixed link was completed shortly after the Brenner Base Tunnel. Maximum operating speeds in the Brenner Base Tunnel are 250 kilometers per hour or 155 miles per hour for passenger trains and 160 kilometers per hour or 95 miles per hour for freight trains. This helps to relieve a bottleneck on the Alpine connection between Germany and Austria. Previously, journeys have involved meandering rail congested roads with steep inclines. By contrast, the Bethlehem Tunnel is an entirely new route passing smoothly and directly through tens of kilometers of rock. Has a depth of 1,720 meters or 5,600 meters below the surface and becomes the lowest passage through the Alps, having traveled times from 80 to just 25 minutes. A major technical challenge had been the four distinct rock types and one of Europe's longest fault lines through which the tunnel would need to pass. Phase 1 lasted from 1999 until 2002 and during preparatory work. Phase 2 followed from 2003 to 2008 with inspection, borings, environmental planning, and final technical details. The construction phase of the main tunnel began in 2008. The project involves a total of 21.5 million cubic meters of material being excavated, with around one-third of this being recycled and used as concrete aggregate in the tunnel. The remaining material goes to five sites above ground, acting as filler for areas that can be reforested and landscaped. When completed in 2028, the Brenner Base Tunnel becomes the longest underground railway connection in the world, surpassing the 57 kilometer or 35-mile Goblin Base Tunnel. The next topic, which we will review, is we look at Sony ending physical PlayStation game business. And this made recent news, and we anticipate also have this year in 2028, Sony Interactive discontinued physical disc production for all new games released on its PlayStation console. New titles are now only sold in digital formats via the PlayStation Store, and participating retailers ended more than 2 decades in which boxed PlayStation games normally contain physical media. The change reflects a long-running shift in consumer habits. Digital download subscriptions and cloud saves, live service updates, and large day-one patches have already made discs less central to console gaming during the 2010s and 2020s. For customers still purchasing from retailers, download codes replace discs, leaving any remaining blue plastic cases as little more than packaging for a digital license. For retailers, collectors, and preservationists, the decision marks a symbolic turning point. Without discs for their releases, ownership becomes increasingly tied to online accounts, storefronts, and licensing agreements, raising fresh concerns over long-term access, resale rights, and future preservation of video games. The next event, which we will cover, is 1.4 nanometer nodes beginning mass production. In semiconductor manufacturing, the 1.4 nanometer process is the next die shrink following the 2 nanometer process node. In recent years, the names of these process nodes have become more of a marketing thing rather than the actual dimensions of components. Nevertheless, the latest generation enables a further advanced miniaturization and the printing of ever more transistors onto computer chips. In 2022, Apple released M1 Ultra system on chip with 114 billion transistors. By 2028, several more doublings in density have occurred, with high-end CPUs and GPUs now packing around 100 billion transistors per die. Multi-chip modules that stack or tile several such dies together are beginning to approach the 1 trillion transistor landmark. These improvements also bring lower power consumption and higher efficiency. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company (TSMC) begins volume production of its 1.4 nanometer class process in 2028, following its 2 nanometer generation in 2025. Intel's 14A node reaches a similar stage around this time, although the company faces increasingly difficult computing although the company faces increased difficulty competing with TSMC at the leading edge. Meanwhile, Samsung trails slightly, with mass production of 1.4 nanometers expected in 2029, as the company focuses on improving 2 nanometer yields and maximizing profitability from its earlier nodes. These and other companies continue researching new ways to scale down, including gate-all-around transistors, backside power delivery, and further refinements in extreme ultraviolet lithography (EUV). More experimental approaches such as graphene nanomesh, carbon nanotubes, and two-dimensional materials are also being explored for the next decade. The challenge of miniaturization is becoming so great that radical new paradigm may soon be needed to maintain the trend in computing power. The next topic that we will cover is Delhi becoming the most populous city in the world. By 2028, Delhi is overtaking Tokyo to become the most populous city in the world. The Japanese capital had had this title since 1955, but during the early years of the 21st century, it began to reach a plateau. After peaking at 37 million, the city actually went into decline from 2020 onwards. The Indian capital, by contrast, was surging ahead. Home to some 29 million people in 2018, Delhi expanded to reach 37.2 million just a decade later. India, as a whole, had recently surpassed China to become the most populous country on the planet. There are many challenges associated with rapidly growing areas, especially in low-income and middle-income countries. These include the provision of adequate housing, transportation, water, sanitation, waste management and sanitation, energy, and other vital infrastructure, as well as employment and basic services such as education and health. However, India's workforce is young and dynamic. Its economy is expanding fast and on course to rival the other superpowers by 2040. One surprising area in which Delhi will soon benefit is the environment. For many years, the World Health Organization had ranked Delhi as the most polluted city on Earth. In the 2010s, poor air quality caused 2.3 million deaths in India each year, almost the same as from tobacco use, costing 3% of the country's gross domestic product. However, towards the end of the 2020s, traditional petrol and diesel cars are being phased out in favor of electric vehicles. Widespread use of solar and other renewables is also making a difference now, with almost 60% of India's electricity being generated from non-fossil fuels. Furthermore, as part of its commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement, India has pledged 6.2 billion to reforest 235 million acres, or 95 million hectares of the country by 2030. The vast project will soon increase India's forest coverage from 21% of total land to 33%. Next is Los Angeles hosting the Summer Olympic Games. From 21st of July to 6th of August 2020, the 34th Summer Olympics are held in Los Angeles, California. This event is the fifth Summer Games hosted in the United States and third in Los Angeles, following St. Louis in 1904, Los Angeles in 1932, Los Angeles in 1994, and Indiana in 1996. Los Angeles also becomes the third city after London in 1908, 1948, and 2012, and Paris in 1900, 1924, and 2024 to have hosted the Olympic Games on three occasions. The 2028 games are spread across four areas, each highlighting the different geographical features of the city. Oak Beach, South Bay, Downtown, and Valley Sports Park. Travel between venues is made easy thanks to LA's extensive system of highways and public transit, with many improvements and upgrades having been made since the 1984 games. By 2028, $88 billion will have experienced subway, light rail, rapid bus transit, and express lane projects are operational, connecting all sports parks, the airport, the game center, and every corner of will be in the Olympic and Paralympic Village is based at the centrally located UCLA campus, close to the city's cultural and entertainment attractions. All Olympic and Paralympic sports are within 40 minutes of the village. The opening and closing ceremonies are each for the first time staged across two different stadiums. The opening ceremony starts at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum and finishes at the Los Angeles Stadium at Hollywood Park, the latter forming part of the major new sports, entertainment, and business entertainment, hotel, and business district. The order is reversed for the closing ceremony. While most Olympic host cities have 7 years to prepare, Los Angeles was given an additional four, for a total of 11 years. This was due to the unusual bidding process in 2017, which saw Paris and Los Angeles elected simultaneously for 2024 and 2028 respectively. The next event that we have, I think it would be fine, but keep in mind it might be copyrighted, and I wouldn't really use this video because it is someone else's YouTube. So if anybody's interested, you can go to the Welcome to LA video. Yeah, especially that one is probably going to be copyrighted. So you can check it out on YouTube, Welcome to LA, LA 20. The next event is a total solar eclipse in Australia and New Zealand. The total solar eclipse occurs on the 22nd of July, 2028. Totality occurs in a narrow path across Earth's surface, and a partial solar eclipse visible over a surrounding region mountains become hard. The central line of the path crosses the Australian continent from the Kimberley region in the northwest and continues in a southeasterly direction through Western Australia, the Northern Territory, southwest Queensland, and New South Wales. Close to the town of Wyndham, Cornunura, Tennant Creek, Birdsville, and it continues on through the center of Sydney, where the eclipse has the duration of over 3 minutes. It also crosses Indian News. The next event, again, I'm very excited for this one. Resurrection of several extinct species has been achieved. In 2009, the Pyrenean ibex became the first animal to ever be made unextinct for 7 minutes when a cloned female was born alive before dying from a lung infection. By the year 2020, a number of other species have been researched with varying degrees of success, including the famous dodo, last observed in 1662, the wild pigeon, and blue mammoth crabs. The three different approaches have been taken to restore lost animals and plants. Cloning, in which genetic material is extracted from preserved tissue to create an exact modern copy. Selective breeding, where a closely related modern species is given characteristics of the extinct relative. Genetic engineering, where DNA of a modern species is edited until it closely matches the extinct species. Ethical concerns have arisen, however, such as the effect of these alien species on modern ecosystems. The next one is the Type 26 Global Combat Ship entering service. The Type 26 Global Combat Ship is a British Royal Navy vessel that replaces the aging Type 23 frigates, allowing aging Type 23 frigates. Following 30 years of research and development that began in 1998, it entered service in 2028, with the program running into 2030s. A total of 8 ships are constructed by BAE Systems during a time at, during this time at a cost of nearly $12 billion or 16.5 12 billion pounds or $16.5 billion. It remains remain in service until the 26th. The Type 26 formed a general-purpose fleet with air defense, anti-ship, towed array sonar, and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. Each of these 150-meter, 492-foot vessels has a crew complement of 180 with capacity for 200 a top speed in excess of 26 knots, 50 miles per hour, or 48 kilometers per hour, up to 8,000 tons of displacement when fully loaded, and a maximum range of 7,000 nautical miles, 13,000 kilometers. The ships are designed for multiple versatility, flexibility in adapting to future needs, affordability in both construction and through life support and exportability. The Type 26 features a number of improvements over its predecessor, the Type 23. It packs a formidable array of weaponry that includes strike-length ULS silos, enabling the ship to fire a mix of cruise and planned future missiles such as attack missiles, very long-range missiles, far further than an anti-submarine missile torpedo. Its missiles can target various air, sea, and coastal threats, including speedboats, patrol boats, coastal batteries, helicopters, and unmanned aerial vehicles. UAVs. The ship's guns include a 5-inch BAE Mk-45 with two 30-millimeter DS-30 Mk2 guns, two Phalanx CIW weapon systems for defense against anti-ship missiles, and a pair of miniguns, along with four general-purpose machine guns. Being of greater size than its predecessor, the Type 26 has more aviation capacity and storage space. Its hangar can accommodate two helicopters, Royal Navy Wildcats pilots, while its flight deck supports a Chinook helicopter, a major improvement, which matches the Type 45 destroyer's Chinook capability. The extra space enables a hospital disaster up to 16 oil rigs, as well as mine equipment. If necessary, a fleet of these ships can be organized to include 18 helicopters, off simultaneously and land more than 1,000 soldiers at a drop zone in a single movement. This brings massive force to bear immediately and makes full use of any element of surprise, a big improvement over previous operational mission abilities. Another notable feature of the Type 26 is an additional connected hangar and flexible mission at the aft end of the ship. This enables the ship to function as a base for launching small boats, as well as autonomous marine vehicles. The Type 26 is designed with modularity and flexibility in mind to enhance versatility across the full range of operations, including maritime security, counter-piracy, counter-terrorist, and humanitarian and disaster relief operations. The ship includes a meteorological and oceanographic MEDOC system, which collates and analyzes environmental information to support operations. Britain's Navy had already received a boost from the recent completion of the Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carriers. The Type 26 Global Concept combat ship is another highly important addition. By 2030, about half of the Royal Navy frontline personnel are operating on these frigates. The modular design and open systems architecture ensure that they can easily be upgraded. They can easily upgrade uh, the modular design and open systems architecture ensure they can be easily upgraded as new technology develops. The next event is the European Extremely Large Telescope become operational. The revolutionary new telescope was built in Sierra Armaza, Chile, by the European Southern Observatory, an intergovernmental research organization supported by 15 countries. It has the aim of observing the universe in greater detail than even the Hubble telescope. The main mirror is 39 meters, 129 feet. This makes it powerful enough to directly image exoplanets, study their atmospheres, and potentially detect water and organic molecules in protoplanetary disks around stars. It can also perform stellar archaeology, measuring the properties of the first stars and galaxies alongside probing the nature of dark matter and dark energy. Originally planned in 2018, the observatory was delayed several times due to financial problems, with first light not occurring until 2028. The mirror is also reduced in size slightly, having previously been 42 meters. Next event is Artemis 4 returning astronauts to the lunar surface. In 2028, NASA landed astronauts on the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo 17 in December 1972, or at least was reported in December 1972. The Artemis 4 mission delivers a crew to the moon's solar pole region, where two astronauts will descend in commercial human landing system. Where two astronauts descend in a commercial human landing system, two others in the lunar orbit aboard Orion. The landing follows a major restructuring of the Artemis program announced in 2026. NASA had originally intended for Artemis 3 to carry out the first lunar surface mission in 2027. However, the agency realized the mission had become an Earth orbit test due to technical challenges. The human landing system required large-scale refueling, which involved transferring hundreds of tons of cryogenic propellant to Earth with approximately 100 times more than that, approximately 100 times more than the Apollo lunar occupied carrier. NASA also needed to validate full system information between the Orion spacecraft and the lander with autonomous rendezvous and crew transfer procedures, power intake lengths, environmental control compatibility, and onboard scenarios. Following this Earth orbit test, NASA launches the next mission in the Artemis program in 2028. Artemis 4 flies aboard an upgraded space launch system and carries Orion plus additional cargo into lunar orbit. The astronauts ground Orion with a SpaceX Starship-based human landing system. Two crew members transferred to the lander and descend to the surface. They are permanently shadowed craters that contain water ice. The lander, pictured below, dwarfs the Apollo lunar module of the 1960s. SpaceX's human landing system stands 52 meters tall and provides around 600 cubic meters of internal body, compared to the Apollo 7's 7 meters tall and its cramped 4.5 cubic meters of crew cabin space. Because of its height, astronauts do not climb down the lander. Instead, they mount a cable-based lift system mounted to the exterior of the vehicle, which lowers them in a hatch high above the surface down into the lunar reservoir below. Two astronauts spend approximately 1 week conducting scientific investigations, testing surface systems, and preparing for future long-duration missions. Artemis 4 marks the first time a woman of person of color to walk on the moon. NASA views the landing not as a one-off return, but as the start of sustained human activity on the lunar surface. The agency schedules follow-up missions at roughly annual intervals, expanding surface infrastructure, mobility, and resource capabilities. By the early 2030s, heavy cargo deployments are being made to establish a more permanent presence. And with that, we conclude our discussion for 2028 and perhaps conclusion for this week. In future videos, you can anticipate Tony and I going through the other series of years and learning about what we anticipate to occur on Earth and outside of Earth and human development. Before we close, I will let everyone know where you can find my content. Of course, as I said earlier, you can always find me live streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube and Rumble and wherever else you can stream generally. You can find me directly on YouTube by typing my name, Rabbi Rothschild, RBI space ROTHSCHILD, into YouTube, and the key is filter by live. If you don't filter by live, you'll see my streams, but they will be from yesterday or last week or perhaps last year. And I want you to see all of the live streams that I have going simultaneously. I am building my own timeline during this. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all my social media there. There's also a link to my Discord there. I'm available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Discord.me/Rabbi. You can also find my writings on many of these futures and topics and topics on technology, religion, community, social justice, you name it, at rabbirothschild.medium.com. That'll pass the microphone back over to Tony. Yes, it's really cool. Absolutely. And if there's any event that you think might take place during the years that we mentioned, or maybe some of the events that take place, put that in the comments. We would love to hear from you in our future series. We can even potentially take a look at them. And if you haven't had a chance, please make sure that you follow Life Podcast Network on YouTube. Go to Tony's link tree, which Tony, what's your link tree? So he's linktree.com/live podcast, right? Excellent. And I am linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I very much enjoyed this. I hope that you all enjoyed it. We look forward to following up with 2029 and beyond in our next series. And you can anticipate from us a series of these. And for as exciting as it is for people perhaps in 2026 to watch this, both Tony and I are extremely excited people of the future to be able to see these as predictions of the future, where we were right in 2026, where we were wrong, what changed, where we had accuracy. We anticipate there are going to be events that occur that we weren't able to foresee, and how that will change the world. It's been extremely exciting being here with all of you. We sincerely appreciate your time and look forward to our next discussion. Thank you so much. You did so well. Good job. You're not annoying. You're wonderful. You did really well, and thank you for just listening to talk. You know that's kind of what it was going to be. Many of the events that we covered, it was a lot of reading, but I think they were very interesting. Okay, if you would, I know you have another one to do, but just stay for a moment. I'm going to give you. Well, firstly, I'm going to show you a website that's going to help you to get more views. So, okay, and I think this would be so cool in the future. We'll be able to watch it together. You know what I mean? Like it's evergreen content because you never know where we were right, where we were wrong. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this with what I want to do, and what's important for you to do on your videos is you want to provide timestamps for people. And the best, and so I'm going to show you how to do that. And what you do is in the comments you put the timestamps, and you can also do it in the description as well. But this is good for two reasons. One, if it's in the description, it'll help people to find it in the search. And two, if it's in the comments, then you'll get upvoted, and then that makes like makes your account stronger because you have more upvotes. Does that make sense? Excellent. And so just one moment, I'm gonna make sure I find a good, good generator for us. Uh, you know what? Actually, yeah, I will do that. But before we do that, ChatGPT, Chat, Chat, no, you stopped the recording. Oh, I recognize that. Um, and, once I close out, I think I can make that faster because I can get on a different network. But even still, I'm live streaming on my own, and anyway, 'cause I'm live streaming on two different streams right now on my own. So just a moment. Let me let me make sure that okay. So I think I can just go to one of your videos. I'll go to the one that you did. Is this the longest podcast you've ever done? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I know. Um, okay, so we're gonna go to Life Podcast Network. Let's see if it shows up. I agree. I agree with you. I mean, this is like a scientific. This is like a scientific undertaking. I agree. Okay, so I see Life Podcast Network. You have 100 subscribers. I'm gonna go to our the most recent. So I see one, the most recent one. I don't know if we want to, but that's fine. Okay, I'm going to share the link, copy the link, and I'm going to pe- people in the future will, and then when we have like 10 hours worth of them, they'll watch it on a playlist. And also, you may not think people will watch it, but the way that we are going to um, the way that we are going to put the description. Yeah, exactly. And I wanted you to know, I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. I have done that before, but I didn't do with you. I'm going to put out press releases for this. You don't know what a press release is. It's like a newspaper article that gets published all over the place. And so um, I can put that out maybe later today uh, and say that we're kicking this off. It kind of depends on when we get this published. Yeah, and we want to do it coincide, but that will help a lot with search engine. So when people like look up a term that's not really that big right now, like the Large Hadron Collider, that whatever, the new one, the Artemis 4, we're gonna beat people. We're gonna have the number one result because nobody else is talking about this stuff. And especially as we get way into the future, nobody's talking about that. We should do them like weekly, I think. Weekly, yeah. So we do 2027 and 2028 this week, maybe 2029, 30. You know what I mean? And just know that like it's the information's really dense up until like 2060, something like that. Or no, up until yeah 2060, and then again like the further in the future that we get, there's not as much. And then once we get to 2100, it's a lot easier. It's like there's not that much. But we have like a lot of content here, and that's the thing that you should see is very beneficial. The more content that you have, the better in terms of yeah, that would be really good. Okay. So we're gonna say generate timestamps for a video. Uh, just I know, but I just keep it this way because then I have to have a it'll calculate it. We'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll leave my computer open. So what we're gonna do is go to. I'll just. Uh, oh, I was gonna say I could just send you the website that does this for free. Um, and I have to make sure it works. Be fast. If you could make one for each one of those articles, you could do a tip. The key about it is the way that we are going to. Um, the key about it is the way we are going to market it. I'm going to put out press releases and do at least two, maybe three, two influencers, that will, and that shows up in Google News. You know the news tab of Google? Okay, go to Google, and then you see at the top it says AI mode, all video, short videos, images, forums, news. Yeah, at the very top. Yeah. Um, okay, so here's what I want you to do. Go to this website and I want you to put put this link in and see if it comes up with what you want. So put that link in. Yeah. So just create sign up, right? And it will, and while you do that, I'm going to generate a description for this one. Yeah, yeah. I'm really good. You and I have been in a relationship that we were both in great communication. And there's a lot, but it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And what? Okay, uh, I'll give you another website. So that was exemplary AI did not work. Um, it might be saying that because the link. Uh, so I'll send you another link to put in there, and you tell me if this works. I just sent. And apologies at the end. I didn't give you a chance to talk about the 2028 thing. I just was like thinking like, okay, well, I gotta tie this up. Did it do the thing? Is it good? You did perfectly correct. You did perfectly correct. No, that's what I thought it was really good. You thought I was you thought I was bonkers. You thought I was bonkers. Don't worry. Once I'm done with you, I can shut down my other streams and it'll go fast. You get what I'm saying? No, you need to go back with all your previous episodes. Is it okay if I call you Tony for Life Podcast? Well, that's just what you go by with So what you want to do is go back all the way to your first episode and put that in. And then you also want to do that if you can in the comments in the description and all your other on Spotify and Amazon. I know it's going to take some time, but that'll get you a lot more people because that's what you talk about. And then when people are searching it, it shows up. It's not just an audio file. It's actual text. Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, I'm almost. Yeah. I don't know if you call this. I think I don't think you call it like how you have like live podcast number 30, 31, 32. I don't know if you necessarily call it that. I think you call it live podcast future timeline, whatever. Like it's a different thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. So I will I will give you the knowledge as well, and I'm gonna I'm I'm gonna send it to you in here. I'm almost done. I just want to put my links, and I've got the hashtag in there. So all you have to do is literally copy and paste or whatever, copy, and we can. I mean, depending, you know, you and I both have pretty open stuff. We don't have to wait till next week. We can hey, let's do it tomorrow or whatever. We can do that. But I would publish that weekly. That way, you give your audience an opportunity to listen to what I'm going to talk about. So, what what do you mean? I still. What do you mean? Okay, so what do you say? Oh, let me just ask you before we do that. Um, let's see here. I want to make sure I'm going to put your relevant website in here as well. Do you have a hashtag that you use? Is it hashtag live podcast? You need one. Just make it live podcast. Okay, and then you are youtube.com/live podcast. No, you're not. Live podcast. No. Okay. And then youtube.com/live podcast. Anything. Yeah. Okay. And you put in anything else you want. I'm just putting a section for you. Um, and you you put it all because I don't want to spell it wrong or anything like that. And um, we're gonna call it. This is gonna be called um, Bike Podcast. I would call these special editions. Future future allergy. How many people see my book? Like when I type in, I don't know. I mean, over time, absolutely. No. I'm about to send this to you. Ready for it? Okay. And this is this is how I would um, I mean, I've lost a lot of my accounts in the past because I showed copyright material. That's probably my best answer to you. So I can't get them. That's difficult. Oh, for sure. Okay. Absolutely. What is that like? Legos? But I understand. I get it. And they have 1,000 people watching them. That's nothing. You should have a lot more than that. Oh, that's that makes sense. I know I have more than my. I'll I send this to the local, like it. You have your social media. I have a place for your social media at the top. That's something. Oh no, it did it. It did it. So I think you can have 5,000 characters in the description, which I'm sure you don't normally do. You should. You should use it all. Uh, okay, I'm not going to send it. It's just too much. Can I email it to you? Okay. Your email was live podcast. Thing. All right. All right. Even with all that money, all right. I have a question for you. What was the longest podcast you ever did before this one? Oh, okay. We hit 2 hours. Okay. I'm sending it to you. Now I want you to look at it. And this is how I think you should use. Like, we'll use it as a template. If you don't like it, that's fine. But to me, it's engaging. It doesn't seem all that AI based. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's so just can you check your email and then let me know what you think. Uh, I thought you did life is capital. You didn't do that? Oh, okay. Okay. Um, you let me resend it. Unless you can fix that. That's why I said if you have an opportunity to use it, why wouldn't you? Do you understand? If you don't use it, then it doesn't do anything. Hold on, I'll change it for you. No, this is your description for the video. For the blog, I can't make it that long. It's only 500 words. So I have to shorten it, and it'll be really big. But you can't go in there. And it has to be newsworthy. Sometimes they get rejected. Like, I'll send you one so you can see what it looks like. Just focus on this. No, it's not. I want you to read it. In fact, okay. Okay, so you should. I'm gonna send it again. What do you need to do? Just tell me. Just tell me. Where are the two black lines? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You can get rid of that. We will know you in the future. Don't earn titles. Okay. So, where were the two lines you were saying? No, 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 no. That's how I. That's how I do. It. No, 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 that's how I do. It. No, that's not. That's not. That's not do that. Okay. Um. I, uh, I mean, we're just reading what they. We're the ones who should tell them good. You know, once it's published, it's fine. Okay. Um, I'm looking. I think I got it all. Great. Are you at your email? Okay. You should have it. Now. So, hit refresh. Hit refresh. Okay. Read it now. Oh, I know what I want to do just before you go, and then you know, so I did one. Um, I'm just going to send you one of the press releases that I did for something else, and um, it'll be similar. So I'm sending this to you in the chat, so you can take a look at it. Okay, but you see, it's like a um, like a like a newspaper, right? Yeah, so that's what it's like. Okay, and I'll send it to you. Yeah. I would love to tell you that I can, but they really limit. That's something that they really limit. Um, they limit. Let me tell you what they limit. They have to be newsworthy. They have to be under 500 characters. They limit the pictures you can put. They limit the links that you can put visually to. Um, well, maybe it's just hyperlinks. Um, I I will put the links that I sent you. Uh, I can put in there your YouTube and your. That's how you do. Excellent. So I'll put those in there because if I put more, it just cuts into the amount of characters. And I don't know if it's hyperlink, but I'll try to make it hyperlink. Um, and it's just going to be a description that we are kicking off this. Probably going to do two of them. One of them that we're kicking this off, and you know what? Just for you, I'll if you come into if you come into my well, just stay here. Actually, um, if you have to go to the bathroom or whatever, go to the bathroom, whatever you have to do. But I will just send it to you, and then you make the changes you want right now. But before you do, please, no, not the reason why is, I've had people with like 250,000 and other people have like 70,000 downloads and people with 190,000. Those are really exciting because those anybody could see it. You and I both might have like 1,200 people. Yes, on YouTube, it's not that big. Okay, I am. I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I'm thinking this now. See, I know. Okay. So, all right. Um, since we don't know how many sessions, this is just a. It's uh, I'll put your links in it, and so you know, because I don't really like this. It's too long. Um, Here's what I'll do, because I don't. I'm tired. I don't need to do this right now. I will put these together, and I will send them to you separately. That you just tell me if it looks good. If there's any. Okay. Can I email them to you? That's, if I send them to you and just put this quick max, it's like 500 characters. It'll be like thing after thing after thing after thing. And the email. Okay. Well, then with that, I'll keep my computer open. I'm going to stop. I'll allow my. I'm going to take a break, but I will. Um, yeah, no. I understand. What I want to say is, okay, so tonight, at the same time that you came in, I come in again, and we can plan on you. Like you can post that whenever you want. But just I'll send you an email, the two different press releases. I can't guarantee it'll be exactly what I send, but it'll be close. And if you have any changes, we'll make them. I'll make sure to change it. Um, I have your YouTube and your. Um, if you have any changes, you make me will. And, and when I stop communicating with you on here, um, the upload should go faster. And I'm uploading in four on this computer alone, four other places. So it's too much for my computer. I get that. But absolutely. The key the, the key the key is putting the description just like we have it. You know what I'm saying? Like you could take the description that I sent you in an email and then say to ChatGPT, make this for a TikTok, and it'll condense it, and then make it for Instagram. Does that make sense? Excellent. All right. Well, this was really fun, my man, and we will we can do another one tomorrow if you want, or we could do it maybe later in the week, whenever. For me, it's easier to do on the weekends because I usually don't plan podcasting. But maybe we do another one tonight, or certainly next week. Okay. Well, thank you. Absolutely. Okay. Shout out to Tony, everybody. Oh, that was cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah. Is it mostly comedians? Is it not? Sometimes comedians, sometimes there's totally audience members and stuff like that. Okay. Here's the catch, Serge. Is it almost nothing you said made any sense whatsoever? So if there are people laughing, you're performing in front of insane people. That's the good news and the bad news. I know you can't have what's news anymore, so you're fucking it up. Yeah, you're ruining it for everybody. Your first joke is my garage. We just talked about how he slept with his parents for about 20 years. The years Mississippi State, so it didn't make sense. Human trafficking, like, but that's how we got here. It's not really a joke. Started gay, which is LGBTQ. Let's get another bottle of tequila. That doesn't make town not true. If you believe I'm his sister's drunk, that's a setup. She works at Chick-fil-A, which makes her LGBTQ. Why? Why is that a person? Work at Chick-fil-A. Explain that one. Just what I noticed is like more questions than a 60-second sketch should ever have about specifically your 6-9 character real life. I'm obsessed with how weird that song was. So explain the CIA at Chick-fil-A. I just, you don't know. Weird theories. I just the CIA. CIA. Yes. No, stick with me.